Yeah, Friday Night Rocks. And during the rain delay, Clint Hurdle took an opportunity to head down the foul line, left field way, and sign some autographs. For both Reds and Pirates fans, Andrew McCutchen getting those eyes ready. He has seen well here over the years at Great American Ballpark. It's, of course, one of the better offensive yards in baseball. Pirates were in Philadelphia, great hitter's yard, and now here in Cincy, and then on to Milwaukee to continue this road trip. We'll get to our Rivers Casino tips to win in a moment, but first the Reds take the field. Robert Stevenson will be leading the way, and here are those Rivers Casino tips to win.
More homers. How fun was that last night to see the Pirates hit 5 homers? The last time the Pirates played here at Great American Ballpark, they hit 4. So McCutchen's hot. We got Jung Ho Gung hot. Jaso hit a homer last night, so we'll see more homers hopefully. Redemption for Vogelsong, his last time out against these Reds. Not a good outing. 7 hits in 4 innings, 6 earned runs and 3 walks. He didn't strike out anybody, so you know Vogie's looking to come back strong.
And Vogelsong getting his thoughts together as the Pirates look to jump on Robert Stevenson. RAV4 starting lineup as John Jaso leading things off once again. He led off last night with a home run. Josh Bell hits second. Then it's Andrew McCutchen. Last 3 games, 6 out of 14 with those 3 homers. Gregory Polanco hits cleanup. Then Jung Ho Gung and Sean Rodriguez with Francisco Cervelli, Jordy Mercer, and Ryan Vogelsong rounding out the starting 9.
And Robert Stevenson goes for the Reds. 2-1, a 4.43 ERA. Those numbers were inflated from an outing he had against the Pirates his last time out, where he only lasted 3 innings, gave up 4 runs, a homer to Jung Ho Gung, 15 punch-outs, 7 walks. Opponents hit .256 against him through his first 20 1/3 innings.
Honda defense includes Brandon Phillips at second base, Joey Votto on the right side. They've been longtime partners on the right side of the infield. Meanwhile, the rookie Jose Peraza at short, Eugenio Suarez at third, Adam Duvall, the all-star, in left, Scott Schebler in center. Steve Selski is the right fielder, Ramon Cabrera behind the plate. Joey Votto talks to first base umpire Sam Holbrook, and the catcher Ramon Cabrera. Have to watch that. He's thrown out only 3 of 28 trying to steal this season. John Jaso led off the game last night with his 6th home run of the year. It was his 3rd leadoff homer of the season and 7th of his career. Reds have played better. They've won those last 3 games in Pittsburgh, then came home to begin this homestand. Took 2 of 3 from Milwaukee. Should be easy for Votto. On to Stevenson. Takes care of Jaso. After a 31-minute rain delay. Robert Stevenson, 23-year-old from Martinez, California, was a first-round pick, the 27th overall choice in 2011 by the Reds.
Not a super hard thrower. You see that fastball at 94. He averages 93 miles per hour. We'll also feature a curveball and a changeup, real good changeup. Throws about 20% of the time, a little less than that maybe. But that's been the toughest pitch for his opponents to hit. They just hit 83 against that changeup.
Josh Bell was 2 for 2 against him, including an RBI double last Saturday night at PNC Park. Stevenson lasted 3 innings. Gave up 4 runs on 5 hits, walked a couple, gave up a Jung Ho Gung home run. 2-1 count, but all 3 pitches there were in the zone. That one away. Jerry Davis calling the balls and strikes behind the plate tonight. He is the crew chief with Sam Holbrook at first, Carlos Torres at second, Scott Berry at third. Pitch up and away, and Bell chased 3-2.
That fastball, Bell. It's been pretty remarkable how patient he's been at the plate and how much contact. Just 8 strikeouts as a Pirate, 15 walks.
Still 3-2. 22 hits and 73 at bats. Those 15 walks and 8 strikeouts. Stevenson, meanwhile, in 4 starts, has 20 and a third innings under his belt with 7 walks and 15 strikeouts. He's given up 5 homers. And still 3-2.
Keep wasting them. Getting some pitches in the middle of the plate. That last one about thigh high, outer half.
Well, there you see it. Fantastic stuff from the young Josh Bell. Well, he handles himself in that batter's box.
Yeah, I think that was his first curveball, and an odd time to throw it. With 1 out in the first, a 3-2 count.
After Bell fouls off a couple of pitches, 3-2, he draws the 1-out walk, and now here is Andrew McCutchen. Second and 23rd home runs of the season last night. His 12th career multi-homer game, his 3rd this season. And now with home runs in 3 of his last 2 ball games. Again, Stevenson has given up 5. The Reds pitching staff gives up a bunch, home and on the road. Pirates against the Phillies last night with the 2 McCutchen homers. Jaso, Rodriguez, Mercer, 5 homers for the first time in a couple of years. Last time they did it was against these Reds. The Reds have allowed at least 5 homers in a game 8 different times. That's a major league single season record. Imagine a staff allowing 5 homers. The Pirates hit 5 against the Phillies staff last night, and having that done 8 times in a single year against you.
Yeah, that's a lot of homers in this ballpark too. You know, a lot of fly balls end up in the seats.
There's a line drive toward left field, and McCutchen thinks it's a foul ball. He just stood there. And instead, it is into the corner, and Josh Bell will score on the double to left. McCutchen was convinced that was a foul ball, but he picks up his 67th RBI.
Well, stay hot. You know, in addition to the home runs, he's hit some balls off the end of the bat that have gone in for base hits. That was a little jam shot that ends up just inside the line down the left field. A fastball off the plate, and you know he's looking at that because when that ball left the bat, I'm sure he thought it was going to hook, and if it's going to hook, it's going to end up foul, as you see, just inside the line. Thing is, when you get jammed by a pitch, the ball doesn't hook as much. The ball kind of stays straight. There's less topspin when you get tied up a bit, and so that ball stayed straight enough for Andrew to pick up the double and the RBI.
Gregory Polanco, 21 homers, 83 RBIs this season. He takes ball one. 2 hits last night. Had an RBI single in that wild 9th inning. Pirates scoring 8 runs in the 9th. That 15-2 victory. Pirates score 15 runs for the first time since June of 2014 against the Brewers. Polanco's name came up in the pregame scrum with Clint Hurdle about his second half challenges. He is 3 for 15 on the road trip.
He hit the homer in the month of September.
Had an 0 for 14 hitless string that he snapped Wednesday in Philadelphia. Fly ball to right field, pretty deep, and ask and you shall receive. El Cafe, a line drive cup of coffee. His 22nd, and the Pirates take a 3-0 lead.
That's big to get off to the quick early start. Send your pitcher Ryan Vogelsong out there with a lead, at least a 3-run lead. McCutchen with the double that drives in Bell, and now Polanco, the line drive. It might not be out of a lot of ballparks, but that's kind of what we talk about here at Great American Ballpark. Hitter friendly.
His first home run since August the 29th at Wrigley.
See with the location, I think that's a changeup. Yep, at 84 miles per hour. You saw his catcher Cabrera set up on the outside part of the plate. That ended up right down the middle.
This hits Gong, so he is aboard. Well, the catcher not convinced, Ramon Cabrera, and here comes Brian Price. What's this all about? This is challengeable. Jerry Davis, a veteran umpire, crew chief. And if they are so convinced, you'd figure they challenge this.
Now, probably, I don't know if we'll see anything, but the umpires hear this more times than not. When you, especially when you see the catcher Cabrera set up on the outside part of the plate, that ended up right.
He's upset because he knows that his video coordinator in the clubhouse saw what we just saw, and there's no clear evidence. Although I asked Clint Hurdle about this earlier, that would New York use just sound, because that's how the umpires hear it. If you're going to challenge it, you can hear the double click. Here, Jerry Davis is going to talk to Sam Holbrook. Apparently they are going to challenge after all that. They'll get on the headsets to New York.
And if there's nothing clear,
but the way Gong, how about Gong's reaction?
Yeah.
I mean, he knew it hit him. There's no way he would do that. Turn around and start taking off the pad immediately. Really couldn't hear much there. And that challenge essentially wasted by Brian Price here in the first inning.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. I mean, why would you challenge that? May have just nicked the jersey, but obviously, like you said, Greg, Jung Ho heard it, as did Jerry Davis.
There's a line drive just foul past third. Off the bat of Sean Rodriguez. Getting to start again at second base. 6 for 12 on this road trip. 2 home runs in Philadelphia, including the game winner, the comeback. A pinch hit home run opposite field, 9th inning Tuesday. Last night his home run was a line drive to left. Oh, and 2. All those home runs this staff gives up, you'd think it would be hard not to be gun shy if you were a young pitcher like Robert Stevenson. He's always given up a home run here, and he's going to get out of it with a double play. Fancy work from Brandon Phillips. Makes it a little tougher on Joey Votto, but Votto digs it out. Pirates pick up 3. McCutchen doubles, Polanco homers. 3-0. Polanco, the 2-run homer, following the McCutchen RBI double. And the Reds come to bat against Ryan Vogelsong with this starting lineup. Jose Peraza at short. Steve Selsky, Joey Votto. And Adam Duvall hits cleanup. Brandon Phillips, since the All-Star break against the Pirates, hitting .519. Scott Schebler in center. Eugenio Suarez, the third baseman. Ramon Cabrera catches. Robert Stevenson.
And for the Pirates, Ryan Vogelsong. Here's your Hyundai numbers: 3 and 5, a 4.66 ERA, 20 games, 10 out of the bullpen, 10 starts, 9 home runs allowed in 63 2/3. Opponents hitting .258 against him.
Up his first win this season in relief against these Reds. First road trip for the Pirates began here in Cincy. His start on Sunday did not go so well. Gave up 6 runs against the Reds at PNC Park in 4 innings, with some shabby defense behind him. And Vogelsong is a guy that needs his defenders to make the plays behind him.
Going to strike out a whole bunch of hitters.
Pop up to Rodriguez. So Jose Peraza, the rookie, is retired to start the bottom of the first.
Good to keep him off the bases. Good speed.
No Billy Hamilton, but yeah, Peraza does have excellent speed. But the Pirates will not shed a tear with Billy Hamilton out. Thought that might be the difference in the series at PNC Park. Hamilton has been more a thorn in the side of the Pirates than anybody else over the years. Steve Selsky takes a strike. rookie hitting .214 in 11 games. For some reason, the Reds, by the way, put Billy Hamilton on the disabled list, and we've asked around the press box and some people that follow the Reds, they don't know why.
Yeah,
they put Billy Hamilton on the DL with a strained left oblique. You don't have to do that in September unless it's a 60-day DL where you need to move a guy onto a 40-man roster spot like the Pirates did to get Wade LeBlanc the other day. But there's plenty of room for the Reds. For some reason, they placed Billy Hamilton on the disabled list. Strikeout 88 miles an hour. Took care of Steve Selski. 2 up and 2 down. Brings up Joey Votto in our Allegheny Health Network injury update. Billy Hamilton. Yep. 15-day DL. Go figure. Hitting .260 this season overall. Against the Pirates was batting .359. With 7 of his 58 steals coming against the Pirates in 11 games. Joey Votto, told you about the amazing numbers he is putting up this season, and especially in the second half. His overall average of .318 is good for 4th in the league. A week ago Thursday, Ivan Nova kept him off the bases. He was 0 for 4 against Ivan Nova. And in each of those 4 at-bats, Nova did not throw a ball out of the strike zone to Votto. Since that 0 for 4, the next 3 nights he went 7 for 12 against Pittsburgh.
Votto backing out of the way, and as he always does, he's on the plate and staring down Vogelsong. The pitch really wasn't in at all.
Well, look at
just up.
Look at it. Look at this. The stance.
It's so bizarre.
He is so bizarre. He does different things during the course of the year. He kept that bat dropped down off to the side, and now he goes through this routine. He's an interesting guy to watch, to say the least.
Yeah. Remember was it last year? He went crazy
Yes.
on an umpire.
Yep. Line drive to right.
And then I remember again, I think it was last year, that he came up to the plate here. It was the first game in Cincy for the Pirates last year. And Garrett Cole was pitching. You remember he stood way up in front of the box. He kept staring at Garrett Cole as that fastball down, but down the middle. And such a good 2-strike hitter with the hands up above the knob, way choked up. But he thought Garrett Cole was going to throw at him because they had words the previous time they played against each other. And so he was like daring him to hit him. We found that out later.
Yeah. And then the stare down after the strikeout. Yeah. Remember that? Adam Duvall tied for 6th in the league with 30 homers. He's 10th in the National League with 89 runs batted in.
You know, back in the day, if a batter would stand there like that and stare down a pitcher,
no question what would happen. Drop him.
Yeah.
Two unique characters right there at first base. Interesting cats. Adam Duvall 3 out of 17 in that 4-game series in Pittsburgh. In on him, 2-2. He has struck out a bunch to go along with a lot of homers, a lot of ribbies. Strikeout total for Duvall of 147 this season. Only 4 other players in the league have struck out more times. Vogelsong, 44 punch-outs to go along with 28 walks on the season. He's given up 9 homers. This is start number 11. 39-year-old from Downingtown, Pennsylvania. Hit hard and fair past Gum. Hard into the left field corner. Double for Duvall. Second and third with 2 outs.
Good job of digging it out of there by Gregory Polanco. Kind of an odd angled wall down there in the left field corner, and a 3-2 pitch. So Votto was moving on the pitch. You think typically if a double's hit with the runner moving from first, they're going to score. Jung Ho just out of his reach, and Gregory puts himself in a good position to get it off, get it out of the corner, get it in quickly to the cutoff man, forcing Votto to be held.
Now it's Vogelsong against Brandon Phillips. Phillips had a great series in Pittsburgh. 7 out of 16. And Vogelsong will be very, very careful to Brandon Phillips, who is a career .500 hitter, versus Ryan Vogelsong, 12 for 24. '28th double of the year for Duvall. So Gully going to check things out here with his veteran righty.
Plan of attack, I suppose, and Vogelsong usually so good with the command, missing a bit with some pitches here early.
Vogelsong has pitched pretty well here in this ballpark since the start of the 2014 season. 3-0 with a .293 ERA. And another hit for Phillips against Vogelsong and against the Pirates. Phillips makes it 3-1.
Three 2-out hits, but it's just 1 run. You know, Ray Searage now will come out and have a word with Ryan and try to get him back in the dugout. As that ball hit hard enough to where the hard charging Polanco gets to it quickly, throwing a strong, accurate throw to his cutoff man.
Phillips now with 8 hits in his last 10 at bats against the Pirates. Started out that series in Pittsburgh 0 for 6. Now 8 for his last 10. First and third, a 3-1 ball game after 2 were out. Votto line single to right. Duvall wrapped a double into the left field corner, and Phillips lines one into left. Scott Schebler, the rookie and a left-handed hitter. He was 3 out of 14 in the series last weekend in Pittsburgh. It is Spanish Heritage Night, so Los Orioles. See the jerseys the Reds are wearing. Jumped on it, but a long foul. Impressive.
Perhaps out of the stadium. Cleared the bleachers, and looks like it bounced down towards the road that runs adjacent to the river.
Popped it up as Phillips took off on the pitch. That's out number 3. The Reds are on the board. Might be a wild one tonight. Might be a wild weekend in Cincy. 3-1 Pittsburgh.
Official legal partners of the Pittsburgh Pirates. Visit BordisLaw.com. And by Day Automotive. We're going to make your day. Let's go Bucks!
3-1 to the second inning we go. Cincinnati. Day-night doubleheader tomorrow. 31-minute rain delay. Brandon Phillips, the RBI single, getting the Reds on the board. Francisco Cervelli, Jordy Mercer, Ryan Vogelsong to appear against Robert Stevenson. And right away, a one-hop shot to Suarez, the third baseman. Suarez has struggled with the glove this year, but handles that one. Stevenson retires Cervelli.
And Jordy will take his time to get in and probably take at least a strike. Allow Vogelsong to kind of rest. Although with Vogelsong, does he ever sit?
No, he doesn't. He paces. A lot of nervous energy. So he's done that as long as he can remember. Mercer had a big home run last night. At the time in the 7th inning, it was just a one-run ball game. And a fly ball to center. Quick couple of outs. And Vogelsong comes to the plate. invite you to use your Port Authority Connect card and save big in the upcoming homestand. The Sunday through Thursday games at PNC Park save up to $8 per ticket. Connect and save with the Port Authority Connect card. Get your tickets at pirates.com/connect card. Sunday, the Pirates will be concluding their series against the Nationals, and then Monday they start a 4-game series against the Chicago Cubs, who celebrated in walk-off fashion at Wrigley today. Miguel Montero's home run of the 10th. Won it over the Brewers. Stays 1-2 on Vogelsong. 0 for 13. Robert Stevenson gave up 2 hits, hit a man, walked a batter in the first, 3 runs, and strikes out Vogelsong for a quick 1-2-3 top of the second. Notes mentioned that the Cubs walked off against the Brewers. Bad news for Keon Broxton. Left today's game collision with the left field wall at Wrigley Field. Fractured right wrist with a brick. Trying to catch a Tommy La Stella fly ball. Giancarlo Stanton, as Rob told you earlier, returning to the lineup tonight against the Phillies. First game since August 13th. And Jose Ramirez suspended 3 games, fined for the pitch he threw over the head of Jose Fernandez the other night. UPMC scoreboard, it is 3-1 Pittsburgh.
Now, there's some walls you don't want to run into, especially that one.
And Broxton has been phenomenal since his most recent call-up. That'll end his year. The Brewers. Pirates will be in Milwaukee for a series that starts Tuesday night. Eugenio Suarez leads off. .20 homers for Suarez. He also, like his teammate Adam Duvall, strikes out a bunch.
But you make a mistake, He can hit the ball out any part of the ballpark.
Vogelsong's given up 9, 70 innings of work. And it's 3-1, so good hitters count here for Suarez.
Comes right at him. Fastball. A late swing.
Hitting coaches, Jeff Branson, Jeff Livesey. Leadoff walk. Pitching coach Ray Searage. First walk for Vogelsong. He will face the switch hitting catcher Ramon Cabrera. Vogelsong now 39 years old. Told you has pitched well here recently. It's his 23rd career appearance against the Reds, his 13th start. His first outing of the year was in relief April the 8th here in Cincinnati.
Weird how the schedule worked. Came to Cincy twice in the first month of the season.
Yep.
Seems like it's been forever. In Milwaukee, where we go next, seems like we've been there 3 times in a month. 3 times since the All-Star break.
We'll finish up in St. Louis, and after this road trip, return to PNC Park for 3 against the Washington Nationals and 4 against the Cubs. In that game on April the 8th, a Friday night here in Cincinnati, game 4 of the regular season, Vogelsong relieved Francisco Liriano. Bucks were trailing in that one 3-2. Ended up coming back to win it 6-5, and Vogelsong got the W. Starling Marte hit grand slam in the 8th. Marte says Clint Hurdle hopes to play one of the 2 games tomorrow. Deep to right, and this game is tied. Just the 2nd home run for Ramon Cabrera.
He's not a small guy. You figure he has some power. And when he gets a hold of it, it will go. And this one looked to be about down the middle of the plate. And he got a hold of it.
A no-doubter for Cabrera. Pitcher Robert Stevenson at the plate. Cabrera had his first homer August the 18th. Stevenson 0 for 6. Vogelsong talking to himself, still Very upset about that home run, and now with that in the back of his mind, he's fallen behind the pitcher 3-2.
Yeah, in this ballpark especially, you make a mistake, there will be balls that are hit hard. Probably just as upset at himself for that walk preceding the home run. Solo home runs a lot of times won't hurt you.
Strikes out the pitcher. 1 out in the second. Vogelsong winding down a career that began in San Francisco with the Giants. Trade to the Pirates. Gets hurt. Second start of his Pirate career. September the 9th, 2001. Tears up the ligaments in his elbow. Has to undergo Tommy John surgery. Made his way back. Wasn't effective. Let go by the Pirates. Traveled to different parts of the country, including Japan. Try and return to the big leagues. And eventually, after some minor league ball with a couple of organizations, including the Phillies, he re-signed with the Giants. Went to 2 World Series, helped them in postseason play. And back with Pittsburgh for who knows. Is this his final year? He hasn't said that. He'd love to pitch again somewhere. And an angry Vogelsong strikes out Peraza.
Couple good off-speed pitches there from Ryan Vogelsong. I thought changeups, and that's what they look like. Changeups, the second and third pitch, pretty much the same exact location.
The right on right changeups.
And I've always felt that if you can throw it away to the righty, it would be a good pitch. I'm surprised by how many we see inside to a right-handed batter that pitchers are successful with.
Had that discussion with Clint Hurdle yesterday, seeing some Phillies pitchers that threw a lot of right on right changeups, and wondered if that is a recent phenomenon that more pitchers are throwing the right on right changeups.
Yeah.
And why not in the past?
Yeah, the first guy that I started seeing throw for one inside changeup, not a right on right, but just started seeing him purposefully throwing the ball inside to right-handers with changeups, was Tom Glavine. As he got older and deeper into his career, I mean, he didn't have the same stuff, so he started doing different things, and he started cutting the ball, and then he started throwing changeups in, and he was having success with it. But there's so few righties that throw the right-handed changeup.
Well, he strikes out Selski after the 2-run homer by Cabrera. It's 3-3.
Run home run. We are tied at 3 as we hit inning number 3 at Great American Ballpark. I'm Robbie. It's Mikowski. Well, the Buccos tonight are facing Robert Stevenson, who is making his 5th career start. And this has been a theme for the Pirates against the Cincinnati Reds the last couple seasons. We get a look at the Reds rookies to start since 2015. Guys like Tim Melville, Tim Adelman, and Josh Smith have all made their big league debuts as starters against the Pirates when we look at this list. Now, bench coach Dave Giles told me it could go both ways when you look at preparing for these guys. They have to see us as well, but for the hitters, there are 2 things that they do, Greg and John, and these are what they are. First of all, they have to just get a feel of what pitches they throw. They have no frame of reference, so they have to really rely on the hitting coaches and get any video they can get to see what they throw. And also, if there are any AAA guys that saw them earlier this year, just go ask questions. What's the arm slot, the delivery, that type of stuff? That's what they can do to prepare for guys like Robert Stevenson. So information is the biggest thing, the Pirates bench coach says, when facing these young hurlers.
It is wild to see that so many times against the Reds that they would see as many young pitchers.
I always think it's important, too, when you're facing a pitcher for the first time, to see as many pitches as you can in your first at bat. Try not to be up there and be overly aggressive. See if he'll tip his hand and show you everything he has to offer. I mean, if you go up there the first time you face a pitcher and you make the first pitch out, and then the second time you face them, you have runners on base, a big RBI opportunity, maybe a big point in the game to where a hit can turn things around. And you have no idea what his secondary stuff looks like. You don't know what his breaking ball looks like. You don't know what his changeup looks like.
Strikes out Jaso.
Because all the video in the world, the information you can gather from teammates, I mean, it helps some, but until you actually see it, as that appeared to be a changeup up and away that Jaso couldn't lay off of.
You talked about this last Saturday, the fact that he struggled at AAA Louisville after having a couple of real solid starts, even at the big league level. His first time to Cincinnati in April, won his first 2 ball games. But when he went back down to AAA, drew some criticism from his manager Delino DeShields, in particular after an August 20th start where he lasted just a couple innings, gave up 6 runs, walked 4. DeShields minced no words. So this is what we've been going through with this kid for the last 3 or 4 years, talking about some control issues. Until he makes an adjustment, it's going to continue, and whatever he's doing now looks pretty good. But DeShields went on to say he's been told what he needs to do, what he needs to work on by numerous coaches and staff members. It's up to him to make those adjustments. If I was him, this is a quote from DeShields, I'd be embarrassed. Well, maybe I got through to Robert Stevenson, who has struck out 3 in a row. Gave up the double to McCutchen in the first.
Well, one thing I've noticed, that first inning, he was taking forever in between pitches, kind of milling around. Since then, he's been working much quicker, and we've talked about it with Ivan Nova. We saw it last night with the 2 young pitchers, Kuhl and Eichhoff. Just get it and throw it. A challenge. Throw it with aggression. Throw it with confidence. I think if you're up there and you're not sure, and you know, the indecision and you have to be perfect. I mean, that was a passive way of going about it. It's tough to hit big league pitchers, and when you can go out there and just challenge and have confidence in your stuff, work fast, just concentrate on trying to hit the mitt.
Two and one now on McCutchen. That Ray Miller mantra sounds so simple, but it seems like so many pitchers get away from the idea. Work fast, throw strikes, change speeds.
Yep. Another thing you see, because there's so many power arms nowadays, and I guess I'd have to look at the statistics to see what the command changes are. If the command's better or worse, my guess is the command would be worse today than it was, 10, 20, 30 years ago. The one pitch that we don't see a whole bunch that I think is just an important pitch for any pitcher, old, young, is a fastball down and away for a strike. Knee high, outside corner. And if a pitcher can perfect that, whether you're ahead in the count or behind the count, that pitch is such a tough pitch to hit, whether it be a fastball or an off-speed pitch. To me, that's maybe the most important pitch in baseball, because if you're behind 2-0, 3-1, and you can just throw that pitch outside corner around the knee, most hitters aren't even going to offer at it. It's almost like a free strike if you can throw it there.
Polanco hit the home run in the first, number 22. He now has 85 runs batted in this season.
I remember, the frustrations we've had at Miller Park, and you think of Giovanni Gallardo and how many times he had great starts against the Pirates in Milwaukee, and it seemed like he did nothing but throw the ball down and away. Fastballs down and away for strikes, sliders down and away for strikes, and then he'd expand and hit chases. It's just not an easy pitch to hit. And I think hitting has changed, and that's why you see the shifts that there are today, where they move three infielders to one side, because hitters aren't capable, whether they want to or not. A lot of hitters, I don't think, are capable of hitting the ball on the ground the opposite way. There's so much emphasis on power and hitting the ball out of the ballpark, and in most cases you want to, that they pull the ball out of the ballpark.
Polanco did pull his over the right field wall for number 22 on the season. In his second full year in the major leagues, scary to look at how similar his numbers are offensively to Andrew McCutchen. When McCutchen had his second full year in the big leagues in 2011, he finished at .259 with 23 homers and 89 RBIs. Polanco right now .265 thereabouts. 22 homers, 85 RBIs. With a couple of weeks left as he approaches 90 ribbies.
With an outside shot at 100.
Yeah. Line to Phillips. 3-3 score heading to the bottom of the third. Pirates baseball, meet the PNC Park usher who helps guests find more than just their seats. Plus, Andrew McCutchen slugging his way past some of the all-time home run hitters in Pirates history. That and more on Inside Pirates Baseball, presented by Allegheny Health Network tonight after postgame on Root Sports. 3-3. Game 1 of 4. Andrew McCutchen now a couple of home runs behind Barry Bonds for 4th in the all-time Pirates home runs list, has 174. Willie Stargell, Ralph Kiner, Roberto Clemente, and Barry Bonds. And then McCutchen. Votto, base hit in the first. Pop up, shallow left. And look out, Mercer makes the catch, and Polanco goes into an all-out dive to avoid a collision.
Place your divot. That's scary.
Near miss.
Yeah, that is a scary thing right there. Anytime you got one guy going one direction, the other coming in the other direction, and you have the guy the size of Polanco, yeah, you don't want to have that collision. A little slip.
Try to put on the brakes. Loses his footing. Creates that divot. Vogelsong able to get Votto to pop out. And now Duvall line to double to left. Duvall, former 11th round pick of the Giants 6 years ago, facing a former Giants draft pick and starting pitcher Ryan Vogelsong out of Kutztown University near Allentown, PA.
He's trying to throw that strike on the knees in the outside corner. He just keeps missing with it. And Cervelli sets up there again, and this time Ryan able to throw it in there for a strike.
Three and two. Jay Bruce is now with the Mets. Hasn't worked out for Bruce and the Mets as they had hoped. And he walks Duvall. Brings up Brandon Phillips. Deposits now being accepted, so you can get on board as a Pirates season ticket member in 2017. You can personalize your membership, lock in the best seats to all the games at PNC Park, plus get VIP benefits including special events, discounts, and ticket exchange privileges. Go to pirates.com/2017. Josh Bell figures to be a big part of the 2017 Pirates. Matter of where he'll be playing. Getting the start in right field tonight.
Bruce is still in the top 10 in homers and RBIs. I want to say he was at or near the top in RBIs when he left Cincinnati. Crowded dugout.
Bruce is hitting 192 with the Mets. And has hit 4 homers, driven in 11. He had 25 homers and 80 ribbies with the Reds.
Wow, that is really struggling. What a difference.
2-0 count on Phillips. Well, he is just feeling so comfortable at the plate. Brandon Phillips against these Pirates. Overall, over the last 34 games against the league, batting average for Brandon Phillips up to .380.
Yeah, he's another guy. We mentioned last time we were here that, you know, Votto didn't seem like the same player. Brandon Phillips didn't look like the same player.
Center field. And the Reds continue to make the changes. Mentioned Jay Bruce gone, of course. They've started making deals. Aroldis Chapman over the winter. Mike Leake was dealt to San Francisco last summer. We just saw Adam Duvall walk, part of the Leake deal. And Brian Price, will he be managing next year? He's in the 3rd year of his initial 3-year contract. Says he's trying to stay focused on the present, but understands that the team is building toward the future. On Schebler.
And that's where you see a veteran throwing that first pitch changeup to Schebler. Schebler was tied up badly by a fastball his first time up, so he was up there looking for that same fastball, thinking he might get a fastball in again. And Vogelsong, knowing that he's probably going to go up there and look for a fastball in, through the changeup, got the chase, had him way out in front.
Still talking to himself. Vogelsong, very intense competitor. Cervelli on to first to do it for the Reds in the 3rd. It is 3-3. It's a Friday Night Rocks in Cincinnati. Ryan Vogelsong battling rookie Robert Stevenson. Pirates had the 3-0 lead in the first against Stevenson, who walked Josh Bell with 1 out, then gave up the RBI double to Andrew McCutchen. Gregory Polanco homered. He had a 1-2-3 second. Got the first 2 out in the 3rd, walked McCutchen, and got Polanco to line out to second, and now faces Gong. He hit Gong with a pitch or maybe nicked him on the sleeve in the first inning. The Reds challenged that call. The play stood. Gong hitting .417 against the Reds pitching this season. He came awfully close to hitting that one a long way.
Yeah, he likes to get in that hitter's count and look fastball, and when he gets it, he lets loose.
Almost got a piece of him there. 3-1. Gong has been hit a lot this season, a dozen times. 7th most in the league, and consider all the time he's missed this year.
You figure if you put the numbers together over a full season, man, that's a monster year for Jung Ho.
Upstairs on Gong. Playing in his 89th game, 270th at bat. Catcher Cabrera runs out of room.
Just by it at bat wise, Jung Ho with 269 at bats, 18 and 52. You just double those. You know, you figured if he played every day, he's going to get over 500 at bats. So you double those numbers, 36 homers, 104 RBIs. That's a monster year.
And another free pass. Jung Ho Kang was hurt last year when Chris Coghlan of the Chicago Cubs went in hard to break up a double play. That was on September the 17th. He underwent surgery on the 17th after that takeout slide. So that anniversary coming up tomorrow.
Now you think about the inconsistencies of the offense, and we've seen what Jung Ho Kang is capable. Andrew McCutchen with the down year that's been talked about so much. You get those two guys in the lineup every day, and they do what they're capable of. Boy, it's a whole different offense. It's a very dangerous offense, and then you sprinkle around Marte and Polanco and Jay Hay. Should be potent. You hope everybody comes back next year healthy, ready to go. Marte, hopefully we'll see him healthy, ready to go tomorrow. You look with Hamilton out, Marte, if he didn't have these back spasms, good shot at
pick up some ground on the stolen base department.
Great shot at winning the stolen base title, but obviously you miss over 10 games. Can't pick up any ground.
Hamilton at 58 on the DL. Jonathan VR, the Brewers, 54. Marte, 47. And Rodriguez fooled. The fastball hits him. Day Automotive this day in Pirates history, September 16th, 1951. Pirates would lose a doubleheader to the Giants, but Game 1, Ralph Kiner hit his 40th homer of the year, 5th straight 40 home run season for Kiner. At the time, just the second player in Major League history to accomplish that feat, joining Babe Ruth, who hit 40 or more 7 straight years from 1926 to 1932. 6 players have done it since. Duke Snider, Ken Griffey Jr., A-Rod, Sammy Sosa, Barry Bonds, and Adam Dunn, the one-time Red. Ralph Kiner. A lot of home runs in a short amount of time. Mentioned again that Andrew McCutchen just a couple behind Bonds for 4th Pirates home run list. Willie Stargell, of course, the all-time home runs leader, 475. Kiner with 301. Hit those in 7.5 years with the Pirates from 1946 to 1953. Roberto Clemente with 240. Bonds 176. McCutchen 174. Was also on this date Rennie Stennett at Wrigley Field in Chicago, went 7 for 7 in that 22-0 whitewash of the Chicago Cubs at Wrigley Field.
It's pretty amazing when you look at the lists, like the all-time hits list and home runs and the pitching.
Cervelli robbed of a hit by Peraza.
Yeah, that's frustrating. That was a good swing and hit right on the button. Bad luck. You stay inside it. You stay through it. Hit it towards the middle of the field. And you have a man there. Couldn't be a couple feet to the left or right. Pretty much right at him. Jung Ho does a good job not getting caught off there. But when you look at the top 10 list of all teams, it's amazing. Like 200 home runs is a lot of home runs in a franchise. I mean, it'll put you in the top 10 for sure, top 5 at most. 200 strikeouts in a season. I mean, there's not many of those. Like even if you have 1,500 strikeouts, I'm assuming would be in the top 10 in most franchises.
You put your name on the top 5 list, just about any positive category, offensively, pitching wise, such established franchises as these two organizations, the Pirates and the Reds. Boy, it's select company.
No, you think Andrew McCutchen 5th all time in homers, and,
yeah.
and I've looked over the Reds top 10 list, and I was surprised that you expect the big red machine and all the great players, Ted Kluszewski, you would think that they would have the home run numbers would be so much higher than they are. All the great power hitters and players they've had in this organization.
1 and 2 on Mercer. You got a very impressive Hall of Fame right next door, Reds Hall of Fame. All those great names. Strike 3. Mercer says no, it wasn't. That's 5 for Robert Stevenson. It's 3-3.
RAV4th inning. The all-wheel drive RAV Hybrid has performance that will make you rethink hybrid. Let's go Bucks!
To the bottom half of the 4th inning here in Cincinnati. Pretty cool looking shot there. Our vantage point. The moon between the two light standards. Talking about the two great franchises all time in sports history, not just baseball history. And since we were here last, they were given permission to retire. Number 14, Pete Rose, all-time hits king. All this time they had not retired that number until this summer. This ballpark, Great American Ballpark, opened up in 2003. Played at the old riverfront for many years, which was renamed Synergy Field. These cookie cutter stadiums, multi-purpose facilities, included Three Rivers Stadium in Pittsburgh, of course Veteran Stadium in Philadelphia, Busch Stadium in St. Louis. Suarez is retired. Brings up Ramon Cabrera. June 26th, he made it official. Pete Rose, who has been a frequent guest, he pays for the ticket and has been in these to see his Reds many times, and was touched by finally being able to be officially recognized by Reds fans.
Didn't Petey Jr. wear 14?
I think that was Petey Jr. threw out that ceremonial first pitch to him.
I was thinking, but he wore 14 when he got
think so.
Called up.
Ball one on Ramon Cabrera. Hit the home run in the second, his second, that tied the game at 3. Two-one count now on Cabrera. Pitcher on deck. Mentioned Kutztown University near Allentown. Vogelsong, the 3rd major league player to have come out of Kutztown. Ball got a piece of Jerry Davis. The other is John McDonald. He pitched 6 innings, 1 game for the Washington Senators in 1907. And Harry Hoke pitched for the Philadelphia Phillies in 1908. 3 games that year, and several games for the St. Louis Browns in 1914 and 1915. And not until Ryan Vogelsong got to the big leagues with the Giants did a Golden Bear ever make it to the big leagues. Now football, different story. Bills Hall of Fame receiver Andre Reed, a Kutztown product. Doug Dennison, who was a running back for the Dallas Cowboys mid to late 70s. John Mobley, the all-pro linebacker of the Broncos, mid 90s and the early 2000s. But they are proud as can be of their alum Ryan Vogelsong. Many years he's pitched in the major leagues, and he continues to battle here, winding down the 2016 season, and rolled into center field. Cabrera is 2 for 2. You can save big by using your Giant Eagle Advantage card. Up to $10 off tickets for the upcoming Sunday game at PNC Park. Show your Giant Eagle Advantage card at the PNC Park ticket windows, or go to pirates.com/advantage card. That'll be 1 week from this Sunday when the Pirates conclude that series against the Washington Nationals. Fully expecting a bunt with a runner at first and 1 out. Stevenson has 1 sacrifice so far. And gets it down with Jaso. Very aggressive. How about Jaso turning that into a double play? Pouncing on that bunt.
Yeah, that's a great play. You don't see that very often. You're supposed to bunt it to that side, but Jaso got in there really early. It was bunted a little too hard, and a good feed to Mercer. Nicely done.
Coming out on deck, ended the bottom of the 4th inning with a fabulous play on the bunt by Robert Stevenson. And keep in mind, Jaso, this is a new position this year. First base.
Yep, and he did. He got a good jump off of first. You had Ramon Cabrera, the slow-footed catcher, so you could cheat a little bit off the bag. And as he comes in, man, just charging right in the positioning, he put himself positioned perfectly to kind of field it in a way to where he just has to come up and fire towards second. He got the good direction from Francisco Cervelli yelling 2-2-2. Very nicely done. If he doesn't come off the bag sprinting like that, you just get the one. The sacrifice is successful. And I think a lot of times you'll see first baseman just kind of mosey in and not show that urgency.
For a number of reasons, that play is impressive. Not the least of which the fact that he is playing it like a veteran. First base. Jaso, a lot of credit. Think about all the first basemen the Pirates have had over the years. They've had some really good first baseman offensively, defensively. Anchored down that position for a number of years, but they've also had some first basemen who have struggled with the glove. Easy for Phillips. Takes care of Vogelsong on 1 pitch. One down. Brings up Jaso. Kevin Young, one of the better defensive first basemen in recent Pirates history, working closely with Jaso, in particular this spring. Josh Bell working a lot on his defense, making the transition last year from the outfield to first base.
David Freese.
David Freese.
Last year you got a Pedro. Kevin Young came aboard just at the right time. Ever since he came in and got in uniform in spring training, he's had some projects.
And Jaso lines one toward the wall and right, bangs off the wall, heading to second base. He is there, standing with a one-out double.
Tell you what, he's been getting more and more aggressive with the swing. We saw so much patience early in the year, you know, drawing his walks, the on base. In the second half, we've been seeing the big cut from John Jaso, letting it fly. You know, you see him opening up early there. You saw the hips get through, the front side opens up. Tomahawks that fastball that's up around the letters. He just didn't get enough of it, tied up just either off the end a little or missed the sweet spot, or that would have been in the seats.
Now it's Josh Bell.
You see the foot's in the air. That, look at the hips. The hips come through first and then the bat head.
A shot from the Allegheny Health Network Supermo, that shot of the Jaso swing. Bell walked for the 16th time in the first inning, struck out for the 9th time in the third. With one out, a man at second. Trying to get the Pirates the lead again. They had a 3-0 advantage in the first. Bell scoring on the McCutchen double. And then the Polanco home run. Bell had fallen behind early in the count in the first and then worked it full, fouling off a number of pitches. Stevenson, the pitch count at 77. (23 years old). Again from Martinez, California, which is not too far away from San Francisco. And this is there, and other than the familiar sounding name, talked about this also, Stevenson, his last start at PNC Park, no relation to the 19th century Scottish writer Robert Louis Stevenson. But Robert Louis Stevenson did live in the San Francisco area for a time, like in the 1880s. And hit hard into right. So hard, in fact, that they'll have to hold Jaso. Josh Bell on base for a second time. First and third for McCutchen.
Yeah, and there have been times, because we've seen Josh Bell so often hit the ball the other way, and he's late on some fastballs, but we've seen it last couple times now. He can turn on a fastball as well. He'll pick his spots to where he tries to start it early and looks to pull it. That was one of those times. Stevenson tried to go inside. That's where Cabrera wanted it. It still went out over the plate, but Josh Bell, he'll pick his spots to pull it.
Reds look to get an inning-ending double play from McCutchen, who doubled to left, walked his first 2 times up after going 3 for 5 with 2 homers last night, driving in 3. Hitting only 176 this season against Reds pitching.
Much as we've seen Stevenson throw that changeup, boy, he's missed badly with it. That 0-1 pitch was a changeup. He misses up and in.
Misses here.
Another changeup.
And it's 3-1.
And you can see just about a lot of the pitches that he throws has that movement, that tail, the changeup, the fastball. It runs into righties, away from lefties.
What does he throw? McCutchen here down in the count, 3-1, gave up the double to left in the first, but then you've got Polanco on deck, who homered and lined out sharply to second.
And that's where you try to throw the down and away fastball for a strike. We talked about it earlier, where that's the perfect pitcher's pitch in a count like 3-1 with runners on base. He got away with that one. He tried to go down and away. It caught a lot of plate, was up. Andrew just fouls it off.
Bases are loaded. His 4th walk, 2nd time he's given McCutchen the free pass, and Polanco's home run came in the first. This was his 22nd of the season.
Changeup he left up. And that's where Stevenson, after that first inning, has kind of settled down. He's been able to make some pitches. He's located a little bit better, but then we've seen him make some mistakes too. And you make a mistake here to Polanco, it could be 7-3 in a moment.
Mac Jenkins is the pitching coach, talking to Robert Stevenson. Reds have Jumbo Diaz loosening in the bullpen. This will be a big at bat for the rookie Robert Stevenson in his 5th major league start. There is Jumbo Diaz. Mentioned the author Robert Louis Stevenson. The strange case of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, the evil Edward Hyde, the split personality, Dr. Henry Jekyll. It's been the case with Stevenson much this year. You see the good and the bad. And Treasure Island was another classic from Robert Louis Stevenson. The Tale of Buccaneers and Buried Gold and Long John Silver. And characters like Dr. Livesey. Well, Jeff Livesey is the assistant hitting coach for the Pirates, and would he love to see Polanco drive a ball maybe into the gap, but instead it's popped up in the infield fly for the 2nd out, and a gigantic out for Robert Stevenson.
That is a big out and a dangerous hitter in Polanco, but coming up behind Polanco, another dangerous hitter, a hitter that Stevenson hasn't wanted much to do with tonight. But this looked like a hanging breaking ball.
Ooh.
And just got in enough.
And he has hit Gong with a pitch inside, walked him. And strike one. Career with the bases loaded, 1 grand slam, 6 for 13. Gong has liked these situations. One ball and 1 strike. At third base, Jaso doubled off the wall and right. Josh Bell single to right, the walk to McCutchen. And this is probably it for Stevenson. He's got to get Gong or he's gone.
And another breaking ball, and I tell you, he has. I don't know if it's by design, but he has left so many off-speed pitches up in the zone. He's thrown 2 here to Jung Ho that were up, like above the belt up, but one was on the inside corner, the other on the outside corner. That one actually off the plate. But that's not where you want to leave breaking balls, up in that area. And another one he gets away with.
Just out of play. Jung Ho Kang, his grand slam was hit here last year off Kivas Sampson. And how in a short amount of time the momentum shift in this game with a play that Jaso made on the Stevenson bunt that was turned into a double play in a tie game. And Jaso leads off the inning with the double, then the base hit by Bell, the walk. I'm sorry, it was a 1-out double by Jaso, then the hit and the walk, but he got Polanco to pop up. He's ahead 1-2 on Gong.
Another breaking ball up in the zone. I mean, has enough movement or something to where he's getting away with them. Yeah, that's up
right
out over
there.
the plate.
Still 1-2. Oh, and the Pirates have the lead as Gong is hit again.
How about that? You'll take it. Jung Ho will take it. I'm sure he'd rather drive in many more runs than that. I'm sure he's been feeling good at the plate and would like to literally drive them in than get an RBI from another hit by pitch. But another changeup this time, not the curveball, but the changeup that he leaves up and in.
So it's 4-3, and it's interesting how managers work, because had he walked Gong, he's probably out of the ball game. But
would think, yeah.
Because he hits Gong, he stays. And he faces Rodriguez. 25 pitches this inning alone, 94 for the game. (4-3) Pirates. Rodriguez has hit it a double play and struck out. (14 home runs, 47 RBIs for Sean Rodriguez. Jaso scored on the hit by pitch. Bell, McCutchen, Gong, the runners. And again, he's in front of another batter. 1-2. A career high 14 home runs for Sean Rodriguez.
And there was a good one. That's the good breaking ball. You see the more movement when you get it out in front and you snap it off. you see the finish and watch it break down here. I mean, that's finally one of the few times we've seen Stevenson actually throw the breaking ball down in the zone. And his catcher Cabrera that time really set his target lower. And a good job by Rodriguez, wasting maybe his best breaking ball of the night.
Just gets a piece of that one.
Yeah, and another good breaking ball.
Stevenson working to keep it together and try and get through 5. Even though he's down, the only way he'd get a win is to get through this 5th. And Jumbo Diaz is ready. Another 1-2 pitch. Checks off the mitt, and Bell thought about coming home.
Josh Bell must not have seen the ball go all the way to the backstop. Otherwise, you're breaking on that every time. Yeah, it almost looked like it went through his glove, like I guess just off the end. But by the time Josh Bell picked it up and saw that it got past Cabrera, he didn't want to take the chance.
Does it for the Pirates. They get one, couple of hits, a walk, a hit by pitch, 4-3.
Sports is brought to you by the Chevy Silverado and your Western PA Chevy dealers. And by Barrel. Visit Barrel.com to learn more about our 3 conveniently located collision centers. Let's go Bucks!
It is Friday Night Rocks. Jung Ho Kang got the run in the hard way, hit by the pitch. Pirates up by a run. Certainly enough rest for Vogelsong in that long top of the 5th inning. 7 men to the plate. Top of the order, 3rd time around for the Reds to see Vogelsong. Jose Peraza popped up and struck out his first 2 times up. It was a quick 1-2-3 top of the 2nd for the Pirates against Robert Stevenson, and then Vogelsong came out and walked the first batter he faced. Gives up a soft single to right to start the bottom of the 5th. Cabrera homered, tied the game in the 2nd until this top of the 5th inning.
And now you like to get a quick ground ball at somebody, because you know Peraza will be looking to take off.
Steve Selski has struck out twice.
To 21.
Jaso gets it to Rodriguez. Sacrifice this time.
You don't see that very often anymore, to have a position player sacrificing. Selski does the job, and you see it so infrequently, in fact, that Sean Rodriguez had to really hustle to get over there. Jaso sees the square. He comes in. Watch how long it takes for Sean Rodriguez to get over there. I mean, he's playing a bit up the middle. He's looking for two. And, yeah, he had to run almost a full 90 feet to cover the bag. I mean, it's understandable when you have a guy like Votto who's been so hot. But to me, to give the opposition an out, especially when you have the great speed at first base.
You're not a fan of that move?
No. A hit and run, maybe. Be a little more aggressive than that. I could see maybe if you get into that same situation, you have two on and nobody out, maybe to move a tying run to third, to go ahead run to second. But the tying run, the fifth inning, you have a position player giving the opposition an out, an open base to kind of pitch around Votto if you choose.
Interesting here to see those numbers. 105 career against Vogelsong is Votto. Zach Phillips, one of the new Pirates, is the lefty. He's loosening up alongside Juan Nicasio. Vogelsong needs two more outs. Another hit for Votto, and this time the runner is going to score. Votto drives in his 85th, and it's tied at 4.
Well, Vogelsong comes right at him, challenges him, leaves it right down the middle, and Votto is not going to miss many of those, as Ray Searage now is going to come out, so we can kind of share with you some of the impressive numbers by Votto as we have a moment since the All-Star break. So against the fastball, since the All-Star break, Votto hitting .448. Against the off-speed, .372. Inside, .354. Middle, .494. Outside, .356. High, .400. Middle, .437. Low, .410. Lefties, .519. Righties, .380.
.519 against left-handed pitching since the All-Star break.
It is incredible. It doesn't matter high, low, middle, in, out. Left or right?
Well, I guess even what you've done in the past against Vogelsong. Those numbers,
yeah,
not good career-wise, but he's so locked in right now. 2 for 3 tonight. Here's Adam Duvall, who's doubled and walked. And Polanco over and left. Seven hits given up now by Vogelsong. Brandon Phillips at the plate and the left-handed hitting Schebler on deck. We might be seeing Vogelsong facing his last batter. Phillips with 8 hits in his last 11 at bats against the Pirates. Where will he be next year? Still owed $14 million for next season, the final year of a 6-year contract. Now at the age of 35. In his 11th year with the Reds. They tried to trade him, reportedly, a couple of times over the winter, but because he has no trade clause, he turned down a couple of opportunities to go elsewhere. Two and one on Brandon Phillips.
Good change up there. Phillips thought he was going to get the fastball. Big cut way out in front.
We're talking about some of the great players in Reds history. Good look there. Only 7 players in the history of this team since 1900 with 1,000 hits and 200 or more homers, and Votto is on that list along with Jay Bruce, George Foster, Ted Kluszewski. You talked about him earlier. Frank Robinson. Little dribbler off the fists and dropped by Vogelsong for an error. Like he looked down for the bag. Jaso making the play. Phillips reaches and the inning continues.
Yeah, I mean, that ball really ate up Brandon Phillips. A defensive swing and just a ball kind of spinning down that way. And Jaso with a pretty good feed, just looked like it went off the palm of the glove or the heel of the glove of Ryan Vogelsong. He had time. Now off the thumb, just didn't watch it in, just kind of took his eye off it to find the base.
So that will be it for Vogelsong. Zach Phillips coming on to face the left-handed hitting Scott Schebler.
and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Pittsburgh Pirates.
Oh, unfortunately for Ryan Vogelsong, he won't get the win. He had that last out, but he dropped the ball. Now he can only pace and watch. Maybe arguing a little bit with Clint Hurdle about being taken out of the game, perhaps. Here is Zach Phillips this season. Look at the minor leagues with the Orioles.
Yeah, lots of strikeouts per innings, 85 and 62. That led the International League as far as strikeouts per 9 for relievers. Good breaking ball there, good location.
Zach Phillips was a 23rd round pick of the Texas Rangers in 2004 and dealt to the Orioles July of 2011 for a minor leaguer. Toward right center, McCutchen over. And this is going to score at least a couple. And into third goes Schebler as the ball shoots past Andrew McCutchen to give the Reds a 6-4 lead. Boy.
I'm not exactly sure what happened. It looked like Andrew was going to be able to get over there and make a play. I don't know, maybe this ball hooked on him. Breaking ball up in the zone. That Schebler able to drive hard, and McCutchen looked like he had the right angle.
Well, he slowed down. He thought that ball was going to slice toward him, and maybe it didn't. You see him kind of slow down.
Yeah, that's a little bizarre.
6-4 now, Cincinnati. See if we can see what McCutchen seems to slow down here, and then who knows, maybe lost it a little bit. Schebler gets a triple. And the final out. Some damage done. The air charged to a Vogelsong, and then a little misplay in the outfield. It is 6-4. Cincinnati. The error on Vogelsong, and then Andrew McCutchen. I have a reason to find out tonight after the game, and Clint Hurdle maybe wants to check in and see what McCutchen saw there. He's saying the ball just kind of took off on him. So the Pirates down here going to the 6th, and it's Jumbo Diaz.
1-1, 3.57 ERA, 35 in the 3rd innings, just 25 strikeouts, which surprises me for the hard throwing Diaz, who also has a pretty good slider.
John, I'm sorry, that shot was hilarious. Comparing Diaz to Ramon Cabrera's catcher. That's like who was it? Hostetler and Cangelosi. Remember that battery that the Pirates had once? Cangelosi catch a game.
I don't remember that.
Really, you don't? Hashtag Bucks Booth. You know the answer. You're going to do it anyway. Go ahead. Hashtag Bucks Booth. I could have sworn there was something like that. It was spring training. Oh, out of play. It was Dave Hostetler. Yeah, in 1988. Dave Hostetler pitched for the Pirates. 6'4", 215 pounds. One ball, 2 strikes. Bills fans remember Jeff Hostetler, but no relation. And in 1988, it had to be a spring training game.
Where were you in 1988? Buffalo?
Pittsburgh.
You were in Pittsburgh?
Mm-hmm. The Giants, of course, end up beating the Bills in that first Super Bowl, with Jeff Hostetler taking over for Phil Simms. And Scott Norwood wide left. Down on strikes. Or wide right. That one was wide right. We want to forget those games.
Yeah. The Buffalonians.
Yeah. Jumbo Diaz strikes out Cervelli to start this 6th. Taking over for Stevenson, who can get the win now. Stevenson went 5, gave up the 4 runs. With the big strikeout of Sean Rodriguez after he hit Jung Ho Kang with the bases loaded to give up the go-ahead run.
You know, as many base runners as the Pirates had, hard to believe only 4 hits allowed by Stevenson. Top 4 in the lineup, all with a hit.
Diaz, back-to-back Ks. Brings up Matt Joyce. He's going to, nope, he's not going to have Alan Hansen pinch hit. Point Park University tweet. know there's a poster of Randy Johnson and Cangelosi as expos.
Yeah, that would be a mismatch there. 6'10", 6'11", and
Cangelosi played for the Expos.
I thought for a little while.
Yeah, no. Nope. He played for the Astros, though. But before Randy Johnson arrived, I believe.
What was the year?
95, 96.
Randy Johnson, I didn't think went there till 97 or 98.
And Alan Hansen with a pinch hit, base hit, and he is motoring to second base. And that incredible speed, he is there with a double. Pinch hit double for Alan Hansen.
Yeah, that is good speed, and he gets that double from going hard out of the batter's box. It's like what you like to see. Selsky didn't show a whole bunch of urgency. He got over there, as you see how he's slowing down, and then he grabs it and he looks up, and by the time he realizes that Hansen's going for two, it's too late. Anytime a guy like Hansen with that great speed sees a guy kind of taking things for granted, he can pick up an extra 90 feet.
That's it for Jumbo Diaz. Looks towards the skies and doffs his cap. Gets a couple strikeouts and a double, and he'll hand it over to somebody else. Pirates trying to battle back here. Game one of the 4-game series.
Boy, they look like they're a ways away from the ballpark.
Yeah.
That looks like they're so far away. As Wandy Peralta makes his 6th appearance.
They're up there. Riverboat deck.
And Freeze steps in for Jaso. A different looking bat that Freeze takes up there. I don't know if I've seen that combination, the black handle, the gray barrel.
Trying something different.
Peralta at 95 miles per hour.
do it. 5-3 on the putout. To the bottom of the 6th we go. 6-4 Reds. David Freese stays in the ball game. Takes over at first base with the Pirates trailing by a couple. Tyler Glass now on for the Pirates at the bottom of the 6th.
4th appearance, 11 1/3 innings, 10 strikeouts. 273 opponent average. I want to see him let it go.
Yep.
I want to see high 90s.
Yeah, we saw some low 90s his last relief outing, which was his first relief appearance with the Pirates. I'm sure the Pirates suggested the same thing to him.
First fastball at 95.
Glass now out of the bullpen again. This is his 4th appearance. Made a couple of starts.
Easy breezy.
And with that, we'll go back to the studios. Rob King and another game break. Pirates trailing here, Rob, by a couple. And they'll have a pinch hitter. Ramon Iribarren. Hernan Iribarren.
Oh, yes. last relief appearance for Glasnow. I mean, they showed pretty good command of the curveball for the most part. When you throw that hard, that explosive, that curveball will get chased. You throw it short.
Here's 97.
Yeah.
A 6'8" Tyler Glasnow. There's a few inches on his battery mate. Francisco Cervelli listed as 6'1". We found out, by the way, that Pirate matchup, that mismatch in height, Dave Hostetler actually was catching on May 3rd, 1988. The game out of hand against the Dodgers in LA. Hostetler with John Cangelosi pitching. Cangy was probably 5'7" maybe at best. Hostetler 6'4", 6'5", and there's a 98-mile-per-hour fastball for a strikeout. That's more like it from Tyler Glasnow.
That's what we've heard about, and he just let it go and blows it by him upstairs. Yeah, top of the zone, no chance. That ball just took off.
That's what they saw a lot of at Indy, and we saw for a short time in spring training. McKechnie, just a dominating performance from Tyler Glasnow. Dean Traynor is standing there behind Rick Sofield, manager at AAA Indy. Great baseball man there, Dean Traynor behind Rick Sofield. Glasnow, 5th round pick of the Pirates, 2011.
Ooh, what's wrong with that one? That was a good curveball right there. I can't imagine that not being in the strike zone. Right at the bottom, at the knees.
Maybe fooled Jerry Davis. Three and one. This is interesting to watch the Pirates, how they handle some of their young pitching, and especially a guy like Glasnow. They've said for years they do not like to put these pitchers in different positions than they're used to. They have resisted over the years having a guy like Glasnow, who's a starter all the time in the minors, go to the bullpen in the big leagues. But he has a 1-2-3, bottom of the 6th. Pirates trail by 2.
6-4 here at Great American Ballpark, and Greg and John earlier were talking about some of the famous Pirates who've also played for the Cincinnati Reds, and there's one of the most famous Pirates ever who's born and raised here in Cincinnati and is doing a lot of good in the local community here in his homeland. We're talking about Dave Parker. And last Sunday, as we get a look at this Point Park University tweet from Senator Rob Portman, who's from Ohio, Parker was the Grand Marshal of the Rev It Up for Parkinson's event. It was a run, walk, bike event with proceeds benefiting the Neuroscience Institute at the University of Cincinnati. Now, Parker was diagnosed back in 2012 with Parkinson's disease, and since then, Greg and John, he's been raising awareness and research money ever since through his Dave Parker 39 Foundation. Cobra, 19 big league seasons, 11 of them in a Bucco uniform, and still living here in Cincinnati, guys.
Great to see that Dave Parker is doing well, raising awareness for Parkinson's as Blake Wood takes over.
Hard throwing Blake Wood, 95 to even the count at 1-1.
His pitching staff talked earlier about the fact that the Reds give up a ton of homers, and the Reds bullpen has allowed 92 home runs in 519 innings. Reds relievers have given up more homers than any other club.
It almost seems like that should be a record.
Well, it's going to be, if it isn't already. Certainly the most since the 1964 Kansas City A's. Already the staff talked about earlier giving up starters and relievers. 234. That's too shy of the single season team record, the National League record 239 by the 2001 Rockies. Got jammed a little bit and dropping it into left field, and the catch made on a dive by Duvall.
I didn't think he was going to be able to get there, and that's Josh Bell has that ability. We talk about him going the other way a lot. He fights off the fastball. And it looked like it was going to fall for a base hit. But that's a heck of a play.
Duvall. A diving catch. Here's Andrew McCutchen on base 3 times.
.98 miles per hour. First pitch to Andrew McCutchen. There's a fastball, a slider, a split.
Let's take a look at this Bank of America League News alert. Justin Upton, a couple of hits, a couple of homers. Indians, however, leading the Tigers 8-4 in the 8th. McCutchen goes down on strikes. With that in mind, that score with Cleveland up 8-4 in the 8th inning, we check out the Volkswagen American League Central Division standings. The Tigers still hopeful that they can run down the Indians, but Detroit just 2 back in the American League wild card behind Baltimore and Toronto. That game in Cleveland. Mike Napoli hit his 34th for the Tribe.
Seems like he's a late pickup every year.
Yeah.
And he just goes out and hits 30. 30 plus.
Bounce just foul. Make the play. One ball, one strike on Polanco. And a liner into left. A couple of hits for him, plus a line out.
Jung Ho Gung now he gets to face the good velocity, and we know he likes to turn around fastballs. Although Blake Wood, we've seen 98 tonight already. I mentioned that he also throws a slider and a split. I'm surprised to see that his fastball he throws less than 50% of the time to right-handed batters. So even though he throws in the high 90s, no guarantee you're going to see a fastball. Although it looks like Jung Ho Gung will get a first pitch fastball intended to be away.
Twice hit by a pitch and has also drawn a walk. $20,238 on hand for this game. First of 4. Day-night doubleheader tomorrow. Worried about Polanco. Maybe he was leaning.
Well, if you're going to go in this situation down 2 in the 7th with a home run hitter like Jung Ho Gung up, you better think that you're going to steal it standing.
Not think. You better know.
Yeah, you have to know you're going to be there easily.
This year, Wood has allowed 8 steals in 9 tries. He was with the Pirates organization last year at AAA Indy and led the International League with 29 saves and signed as a free agent with Cincy. Drive to center field. Going back toward the wall. Jung Ho Gung. Clear the deck. Cannonball coming. No need to steal when King Kong goes deep. His 19th ties the game at 6.
That's why you don't try to steal a base when he's up there representing the tying run. And it wasn't a fastball. He's been seeing so many breaking balls of late. And he does not get the fastball here from Blake Wood. He throws the slider. Look at the location. That didn't slide. That stayed right down the middle. And Jung Ho, he hit it. He was pretty certain that was leaving.
It just announced that the 93rd home run allowed by the bullpen does now become a new major league record. That 1964 Kansas City A's bullpen. Gave up 92. Another look.
Well, that cleared by a good bit too.
A 2-out, 2-run, game-tying home run for Jung Ho Kang. 6-6. With the 2-run homer. Just a reminder, as you enjoy a cold one, to look forward to Miller Time later in the game. Brought to you by Miller Lite. Here it is. The swing.
When you throw that hard and then you hang a slider like Wood just did.
Look at this reaction. Yeah. Jung Ho Kang fans, they're everywhere.
Yeah. That's when that slider just kind of spins up there down the middle and you're looking fastball, you can recognize it. And Jung Ho crushed it as Nicasio on for the 43rd time. 129 punch outs.
Steve Selski, sacrifice bunt in the 5th.
Fastball just 91.
Just going to say he's been used a bunch. Nicasio. One scoreless inning yesterday through 18 pitches. Coming 3 days after he threw 2 innings, the opening game of that series against the Phillies, 50 pitches. The 7th time this month he's been out there, Nicasio. And he gets the rookie swinging.
Is that like 28 straight appearances with a strikeout? Not wasting any time, no sliders.
The last time he went out there and didn't strike out at least a batter was June 27th against the Dodgers. Marcel Iglesias, Michael Lorenzen. Votto toward right center. McCutchen gets there. 2 outs.
Didn't quite get it, Joey Votto. Looked like it got in on him a hair.
Adam Duvall has doubled, walked, and flied out.
There's a fastball up to 94 upstairs. Dangerous hitter.
One and two. Nicasio 58 innings last year out of the bullpen for the Dodgers. 109 innings this season with the Pirates. Was the starter in the first half. Season high pitches, or innings rather, was as a starter with the Rockies 2013, 158 innings. Trying to negotiate through the remaining games. Pirates aren't officially out of it, so they continue to work it like these games are important. But you wonder what happens the final days if and when the Pirates are eliminated from the postseason race. Do they shut down even veterans like Nicasio?
Yeah, you wonder. You know, there's some young players here, obviously, that I'm sure Clint Hurdle and everybody wants to see get an opportunity to play.
Jameson Taillon will pitch tomorrow, game 1. Now Nicasio, a 1-2-3, bottom of the 7th inning. 6-all.
It is 6-6 as we hit the 8th inning here. Well, Michael Lorenzen enters the game on the mound for the Cincinnati Reds. And it was about a month ago when Michael Lorenzen lost his father. But his first game back created a pretty memorable moment. We'll take you back to August 19th. He pitched in the 7th inning. He inherited a 2-on-1 out jam and against the Dodgers and got out of it. And then he batted in the bottom half, and he did that. He hit a home run, the first of his career, in his 45th plate appearance, got the curtain call, and then he went out. Greg and John pitched a scoreless 8th inning, and that was in a 9-2 Reds victory. And he did say after the game that he had to compose himself after he got the last out in the 7th inning before he came to bat. And he also said he doesn't think he'll ever feel that way again on a baseball field. So obviously a very tough and trying time for Michael Lorenzen, but created somewhat of a positive memory out of it.
And what a year, because I think Robbie did a hit earlier about Lorenzen switching to number 21. The trip he made out to Puerto Rico, touched by Roberto Clemente's legacy and family as he met Vera, Roberto's widow and children. And then, as Robbie said, that emotional moment after his father passed away. An emotional year for Michael Lorenzen.
Indeed. And I'm guessing, you know, I don't know, do relievers other than closers typically have walk-up songs? Do you know, Craig?
I don't know.
Because they just played Amazing Grace as he went out, and I'm assuming I didn't know all relievers had their own music.
I didn't realize that either. I know closers picked their songs, but I didn't know that every reliever. Some scripture passage on his left arm.
And Cervelli in that left hand again. You know, you'd have to wonder, you know, if it is sore or whatever. Sometimes you can't control it. Like you probably want to hold on to the bat with both hands and not let go of the top hand to where, you know, you only have the bat in the left hand. But sometimes you can't control that. Well, it looked okay there, although frustrated maybe because he missed that pitch.
He's either frustrated because he didn't hit that pitch or feeling that left hand again. Cervelli just 2 hits his last 21 at bats. Battling Lorenzen here to start this Pirates 8th. With Mercer to follow. And Matt Joyce waiting in the wings. Squibber to Phillips. Cervelli looks like he checks that left hand once again. It's a shame that Elias Diaz got hurt. Yeah, this would be a great chance for him to get some playing time in, but he's out for the season. The Pirates' top catching prospect. And now Lorenzen gets Mercer to tap out. Matt Joyce will pinch hit. Tie game, 2 outs in the 8th. Felipe Rivero will be pitching the bottom of the 8th. Will Joyce, with a couple of weeks left, be able to surpass the Willie Stargell mark? 15 pinch hit RBIs currently. That's one shy still of the Pirates pinch hit RBI record, set in 1982 by the Hall of Famer Willie Stargell.
You know, he's gotten off to such a hot start pinch hitting, and he's done such a great job of driving in runs, the home runs, 4 pinch hit homers. And when he got close to the Willie Stargell mark, you figured, well, it's a no-brainer. He's going to break it. But he has struggled a bit. And what's most impressive about it is most of the time when Matt Joyce pinch hits, it's against late inning relievers, to where they're probably the toughest to hit and give up so little. You don't see them, you know, especially after the 6th inning. Go look at the records of every team in baseball. They don't lose because they don't give up runs after 6 innings. And
you know,
Matt Joyce has done just an amazing job, although he has struggled some of late.
One thing he continues to do, John, though, is draw those walks.
Yes, he does.
Whether he's a starter or as a pinch hitter, that's the 20th walk he's drawn off the bench, which is the most in all of Major League Baseball, along with those 15 ribbies. And at least since 1974, going as far back as we can check tonight, that is the most pinch hit walks drawn by a Pirate since at least 1974. In fact, that 20th walk drawn by Joyce ties the major league record going back to at least 1974. Matt Franco drew 20 walks with the 1999 New York Mets. Greg Norton matched that with the 2009 Atlanta Braves. Still the same idea. It is tough to pinch hit, whether you're hitting, driving in runs, or even drawing walks.
That's crazy how Matt Joyce, and there are times you wonder, does he deserve to start? Does he deserve to get more at bats? He's such a valuable player off the bench. That's kind of a problem when you put him in the starting lineup. It's like, oh, that's who you look for to come up big, and he has appeared as a pinch hitter in more than half the games.
It's always the conundrum facing a manager when a guy has success in a role, whether it's as a bench player, a reliever. Freeze goes down swinging. 6-6.
On Root Sports is brought to you by Kenny Ross, Total Confidence Pricing, and by Levin Furniture, the official furniture and mattress supplier to the Pittsburgh Pirates. For the best quality, service, and value, shop Levin's. Let's go Bucks!
Friday night rocks. And they're rocking in Cincy. 20,238. Spanish Heritage Night. And rally caps on.
A chicken dance hat.
Uh-huh.
Felipe Rivero, 1-4, 3.73 ERA. 82 strikeouts, 70 innings. Oh, Phillips trying to go deep, missing at the 96-mile-per-hour fastball.
Phillips, then Schebler and Suarez due up. Here's Mercer. Phillips set down by Felipe Rivero to start the bottom of the 8th. Phillips 1 for 4, had the RBI single in the first and reached on the Vogelsong error in the 5th. A couple of critical plays. Vogelsong dropping the toss from Jaso. They would have had the 3rd out. A run had scored, and then Schebler lined a ball toward right center. It appeared as though Andrew McCutchen had a beat on it, slowed down a bit, and the ball shot past him for a 2-run triple. It gave the Reds a 6-4 lead in the 5th. Jung Ho Kang's 2-run homer in the 7th tied it. Jung Ho Kang, since coming off the disabled list, looking like the guy we saw most of last year and the early portion of his 2016 season. He began the year on the DL. Yeah. Felipe Rivero strikes out Schebler, 2 down. Watch the drive to the pennant with MLB.com Premium. Watch every out-of-market game live in HD on more than 400 supported devices. And enjoy a free subscription to At Bat Premium. Blackout and other restrictions apply. Visit MLB.tv. Eugenio Suarez. His walk bounced to short, line to second. Vogelsong started, went 4 2/3, gave up 6 runs, 4 of them earned on 7 hits. Zach Phillips gave up the Schebler triple and was able to get Suarez to line out to second. Tyler Glasnow a 1-2-3 6th. Juan Nicasio a 1-2-3 7th.
Miles per hour. Missing wide though.
Homer season from a Reds third baseman does not happen all that often. Suarez, the 10th third baseman in franchise history with at least 20. Todd Frazier did it back-to-back years. And it's a 1-2-3 bottom of the 8th inning for Felipe Rivero. Bullpen is shutting down the Reds. Pirates need a run heading to the 9th, tied at 6. It is Friday Night Rocks, the first game of this 4-game series. Pirates and the Reds tied up at 6 heading to the 9th. The Reds have won 8 of the 15 meetings so far in the season series. And here is Raisel Iglesias.
3-1, 2.18 the ERA. 70 in the 3rd innings. 6 homers allowed. Opponents hitting .215 against him. Iglesias with the fastball, changeup, slider mix. The fastball, mid-90s.
He spent a little bit of time on the disabled list. Came off the DL June 21st. Since then, his earned run average of 129, second lowest of any major league pitcher. Since that stretch, Kyle Hendricks of the Cubs has a 125 ERA. Iglesias, who was in the rotation for a bit last year and this year, picked up a save, his first big league save, on August the 9th as the Reds beat the Cardinals in St. Louis 7-4. The 5th Reds pitcher to start opening day and record a save in the same season, joining Joey Hamilton in 2002, Woody Fryman in 1977. Don Gullett did it in 1973 and Jack Billingham did it in 1972. Start opening day and record a save in the same season. The question for Brian Price, if it is Price next year or whoever will manage this club, is whether Iglesias will be in the rotation or out of the bullpen next year. Driven foul. Tony Watson getting ready for what the Pirates hope will be a save situation.
Boy, and if Bell wasn't just a hair too quick, that could have been a save situation.
Yeah.
That little breaking ball that he threw down and in to Josh.
3-2. Andrew McCutchen waits on deck.
A lot of balls in.
Another fly ball. Duvall made a diving catch on Bell in the 7th. Birthday time. That fan would like Andrew McCutchen to maybe win the game. He is 2 for 7 in past matchups against Iglesias with a home run.
Ooh. Good rip at that one. Gets a piece of Jerry Davis. Cabrera will take his time. Right off the collarbone, but there's some protection there.
'97 away, 2-1.
I think Iglesias wanted this call. Take a look at the UPMC Sports Medicine strike zone, just a bit off.
The other way for McCutchen. Fights it and delivers a base hit to right. All right. It's a birthday present as McCutchen reaches for a 4th time. RBI double in the 1st, 2 walks. And after a strikeout in the 7th, he singles to right. And the batter, Gregory Polanco. Polanco singled off of Iglesias a week ago at PNC Park. The Pirates actually scored a run off of him. Pitched 2 innings. He got the win. That was the game Tony Watson gave up the go-ahead run in the 9th. It is 22nd home run of the year with a man aboard in the 1st inning. Iglesias has given up 6 home runs on the year.
Keep an eye on McCutchen just in case.
Time call.
Not playing all that deep for a tie game. I mean, pretty much playing Polanco straight up. And there's some gap out there. Polanco can hit one in the gap. You'd think McCutchen would score easily.
Line shot. Picked by the shortstop and on to Phillips and to first for a double play. A bullet. Peraza makes the play on it. And that ends the top of the 9th. Now have to hope for extra innings. Gregory Polanco hit that bullet. Looked for a moment it was going to be caught out of the air by the shortstop.
Yeah, that's a heck of a play. It knocks him over. And Phillips knew he had to be quick to get Polanco. A little short hop. Bad luck. A couple of balls hit hard by Polanco, and if he's running hard all the way and drops his bat, we might still be hitting. So Antonio Bastardo hoping to get through this ninth, give the Pirates a chance in the 10th. 2.0 4.04 ERA. 63 strikeouts and 62 in the third.
Ramon Cabrera batting right-handed for the first time tonight. Homered as a lefty hitter in the second.
And that's what he was thinking about there. Boy, he had that leg kick started early.
Bastardo out there again. He's been used now 4 times in the last 5 games, 3 of 4 in Philly. Average-wise, Cabrera better from this side of the plate. Toward the line, foul.
Close. Just slicing, not a lot of foul ground down there, but just maybe a foot or two.
Mercer. 1 out. Pirates and Reds play a pair of games tomorrow. Usual start times. Join us for game 1 starting at noon, followed by Pirates postgame. Then at 5:30, WB Mason Pirates pregame. Get you set for the nightcap. Pirates and Reds. Day-night doubleheader action here tomorrow in Cincinnati. Jamison Tyone in game 1 for the Bucs. Trevor Williams in game 2. Ivan De Jesus Jr. is pinch hitting for Iglesias.
No falling asleep. You would think that the starting pitchers for the morning game or noon game maybe already sent home for the night or to the hotel in Tyone's case.
Nice walk.
Yeah,
hotel, no problem. Whoa. Bastardo strikes out to Jesus. 2 up and 2 down.
You can tell Bastardo likes pitching for the Pirates. I mean,
Yeah.
he's done such a good job. You know, we showed you the ERA at 4.04 coming in. That's combined between the Mets and the Pirates. As a Pirate, 2-0 with a 2.41 ERA before retiring the first two batters here tonight.
Here's Jose Peraza, made that fine play. That turned out to be a double play to end the top of the ninth. Jose Peraza, 1 for 4. Looks a little like Turner Ward, doesn't he?
A little bit of Turner Ward.
Peraza was the 4th best prospect in the Dodgers organization. And was dealt over the winter in the 3-team deal that sent Todd Frazier to the White Sox. 22-year-old from Venezuela.
Looks nothing like Votto.
Who said he did? Votto. Two and two.
Well, we knew there's Votto. More like Turner Ward. Well, partner, we knew we were going to be at the ballpark here a while this weekend.
We did, partner, didn't we?
Yeah, maybe at the ball. Maybe get to the hotel, and, after we're done here tonight.
Right.
Maybe get back to the hotel at midnight, up at 7 or so. Get here early tomorrow. Get back around maybe midnight tomorrow night. Back at the park early Sunday.
Well, that's, geez, you're right. I hadn't thought about it. It's going to be a long time spent at the ballpark the next 3 days. Then off to Milwaukee.
Then we get some leisure time in Milwaukee.
Did you figure out how many hours we'd be here as opposed to the hotel?
Well, we have to be, I think, at the ballpark more than at the hotel. You figure tomorrow we'll be here a good 13 or 14 hours. Last night got in about 2:30.
Taking enjoying their time. Bob Walk. He almost fell over. That's funny. Oh, brother. Joe Block. Joe thought it was funny.
Yeah. Bob doesn't like being on TV.
No, not at all, as far as you know. 2 and 2 on Peraza with 2 outs here in the ninth. Pirates looking for extra innings. And we'll have extra innings. Popped up and caught by Sean Rodriguez. Spending some time at the ballpark and looking for an extra inning win.
Sure are, partner.
Gregory Polanco with the Pirates leading 1-0. It's this line drive homer. Andrew McCutchen had doubled in the first run. 3-0 Bucks, but the Reds score a run in the bottom of the first. And then Ramon Cabrera, after Joey Votto drives in a run in the 5th inning. This ball hit past Andrew McCutchen, a Scott Schebler triple to give Cincinnati a 6-4 lead in the 5th. And was until the 7th inning with 2 outs and a man on. Jung Ho Kang hits his 19th of the year to tie it at 6. 6-6. Kang on base all 4 times. Hit by a pitch twice, walk, and the home run. He's driven in 3. Was hit by a pitch with the bases loaded in the 5th. And he'll begin the 10th against the lefty Tony Cingrani.
Well, let's see if he can do it again. Cingrani likes his fastball.
Almost hit him on the foot again.
61st appearance. Opponents hit 225 against him. Just 45 strikeouts in 58 1/3.
How about 20? Sitting on 19. And now 3-0.
No surprise that they're going to pitch him carefully.
Taking all the way and on base all 5 times he's come to the plate. And going back to last night, his last 2 times, he batted in the 9th inning twice, walked to start the 9th last night against the Phillies, and doubled in a run. So he's on quite a streak. Rennie Stennett like.
Yeah. 7 straight.
In case you missed it earlier, we were talking about the fact that it was on this date in 1975 that Rennie Stennett, Pirates second baseman, went 7 for 7. He's officially 1 for 1. While Sean Rodriguez, 0 for 4, has struck out each of the last 3 times to the plate. This is just the 2nd time tonight in now 10 innings that the Pirates have had their leadoff man get on base.
It just didn't get too far away, and you don't know that the catcher's not going to find it. You don't want to make a base running mistake. Tie game in extra innings. As it just slips by him and thought about it.
And now Rodriguez, a late decision to bunt. 1-2. He figured he could maybe move the runner over and even get a bunt hit. First the other night in Philly, Sean Rodriguez on Tuesday, that home run, his 13th of the year. That was last night's home run. The one on Tuesday, the game winner, was an opposite field home run in the 9th. Two and 2. The Reds are 3-9 in extra innings this season. 0-4 here. The Pirates are 6-5 in extra innings, 5-2 on the road. Pirates and the Reds don't care for extra innings in their home ballparks. The Bucks 1-3 at PNC Park in extra frames, and This is the opposite field game-winning homer off Shanmar Gomez with 2 aboard in the 9th. The Pirates won it 5-3. The comeback win.
Yeah, that ball seemed like it was hit just as hard as the one he pulled.
Broken bat rule are going to be a tough play. Safe at second, safe at first. Infield hit for Sean Rodriguez. Peraza going into the hole, not able to get Gong, and the Pirates have runners at first and second with no one out.
Just perfectly placed. You don't see that happen very often. A little broken bat grounder in the infield. Just sneaks by. Very tough play for the shortstop Peraza. When Suarez couldn't cut it off, you knew they were in trouble.
And now here's an interesting situation the Pirates have been faced with on occasion. Seems like more often recently, with runners at first and second. Pedro Florimon now pinch running at second base. Do the Pirates bunt Cervelli? Seen Clint Hurdle go make decisions both ways. This pitch taken high, showing bunt. Sometimes foregoing the sacrifice with Cervelli at the plate.
And now you have to wonder if with the sacrifice being on, is Marte available off the bench? I don't see him. I do see Jason Rogers on the bench with a helmet. But Marte, yeah, he's
going to keep away from him tonight.
Still staying away from Marte.
Gets down the bunt, and a good one.
Perfect.
September of last year was the last time he dropped down a sacrifice bunt. He gets a hit out of this one.
How about that?
It didn't look like they were prepared for it. Of course, Suarez had to hold his ground, and now they're going to check out, and they can't challenge. They lost the challenge in the first inning. It looked as though that throw might have beaten Cervelli, but Price can ask Jerry Davis to review it.
I mean, that's just a perfect bunt for one, but Cingrani could have been a little bit quicker, but I'm certain, I mean, watching it live, it didn't look that close. Watching the replay, much closer.
Sofield reacted. Again, it's another quirky thing about these replay rules. There's so many of them. They're unusual. Even though you're out of challenges, you can ask for the review, and they do review it, which makes the whole thing kind of silly.
Yeah.
Allegheny Health Network Supermo.
Oh, yeah. That's going to be, who knows? That's pretty close, though. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they overturn it. I know this makes a huge difference, obviously. Bases loaded, nobody out. I think decision-making wise, if they do call Cervelli out, then they have the option of walking Mercer to get to Rogers.
I have a question, John.
Yes.
On the replay subject, why even have the challenge system? What purpose does it serve? Why not just go to the crew chief every time you think there's a close play and ask him to review it?
Yeah, I mean, that's the way it kind of works. Or is it just after the 7th that
it is?
Gonna...
Again, it just makes you wonder, and he is going to be safe.
Wow, how about that?
Goes as a bunt single to load the bases. A 1 minute 46-second review. Francisco Cervelli. And Jordy Mercer gives the Pirates the lead. Playing it station to station, Mercer wasting no time. The base hit to left. Pirates lead at 7-6 in the 10th.
Boy, that is big. Against their closer, Cingrani. And the Pirates know this guy likes to throw his fastball. He's usually aggressive with it. He didn't want anything to do with Jung Ho Kang, and now that leadoff walk could lead to an enormous inning. 94 down the middle.
Infield in. As Jordy Mercer delivers RBI number 57. Bases still loaded. Jason Rogers pinch hitting. Rogers did a pretty nice job last year as a member of the Milwaukee Brewers in this role, but hasn't had the same success with the Pirates. Double play ball. They get 1 and 2. Six, 2, 3 double play.
And that's why that becomes such a huge play, where the Cervelli very close. And if they would have rolled Cervelli out at first, I think they would have walked Mercer to get to Rogers. But still, that's a big double play, 1-run ball game. And they're going, the Pirates now going to review the call at first. Didn't see much of a reaction from either Nick Leyva or Jason Rogers.
Well, the Pirates have a challenge, so
yes,
not that that matters. They will use the challenge. He might be safe. Great look on the Allegheny Health Network Supermo. Now that one to me didn't look close.
No, that's so weird. I mean,
the
we're
Cervelli
far
one
pretty
looked close.
Yeah, we're pretty far away, but yeah, the Cervelli one looked like he was safe by a bunch, and Jason Rogers here looked like he was out by a half step from where we're sitting.
Cingrani watching the replay, and he is safe.
About that.
They get 1 out. Pirates still very much in business.
And now David Price out.
David Price.
I mean, David Price.
And what is Brian Price?
Brian Price.
David Freese at the plate. What is Brian Price saying? Uh-oh. Let's see. Are they talking about the home plate? I'm trying to think. Could it be the home plate rule, which was messed up a couple years ago and they fixed it on the force? But they're going to go back and look at it. That's the only thing I could think. The slide at the plate.
Well, for me, I think Cabrera took a little extra second because of where Rogers was. Although Cabrera kind of
pointing
pointed
to home plate
behind him right away.
Wouldn't it be interesting if this call went against the Pirates and Rogers for being inside the line when the Pirates did not bother to challenge that, or it's not challengeable, but certainly arguing to have them look at it?
I think they're saying that the slide interrupted Cabrera, but yeah, I know what you're saying as far as that.
Yep, that's exactly what they're looking at. But does that's almost the bona fide slide. Does that apply to home plate?
I mean,
and he's within the arm's length anyway.
Yeah, it does. Yeah,
so he's safe. Boy, how about all these reviews and challenges and questions? Here comes Brian Price now. He's gone. He says, how can you do that? The Posey rule. You know, Price does have an argument when it comes to the Posey rule, because you're not supposed to, and Price gets thrown out of the game. But you aren't supposed to change your lane, and Mercer obviously did, clearly did. So Price has an argument when it comes to the Buster Posey rule. The base runner, the lane is to be established and not veer off as Mercer did. Sean Rodriguez, I'm sorry, I said Mercer. Sean Rodriguez at home plate. Brian Price is ejected. But there's no sense arguing with Jerry Davis. Davis went ahead and asked for New York to review it. And here you see Sean Rodriguez. And then Jerry Davis ejects him.
Now, if that would have been ruled interference, that would have been, I mean, there's something wrong with that.
Boy, no question about that. I mean, definitely something wrong with the whole thing.
Yes.
David Freese now. The Pirates lead by just 1, still with an opportunity to pick up at least 1 more, though the infield looks for an inning-ending double play.
Crazy inning.
I think basically what baseball has slowly done is pretty much gone back to pre-Posey rules at home plate. Rarely do you see calls overturned there anyway.
Yeah.
On anything. Tony Watson up in the Pirates pen. Now we don't see collisions.
No. You rarely even see a runner slide directly into home plate anymore.
Yeah.
They slide by it and touch it with their hand.
You never see what Rodriguez did.
No.
Never see them come in. Two count on David Freese. He was a pinch hitter in the 6th inning. Bounced out. Batted for Jaso and struck out in the 8th. Pirates up 7-6. Sean Rodriguez. And up the middle, a base hit for David Freese. This will score 1. It'll score a couple. Big 2-run single for Freese, bringing home Cervelli and Mercer, and a 9-6 Pirates lead.
Yes, sir. We've been talking about it so much this year, what these guys have done. The new Pirates coming in, David Freese, Matt Joyce, Sean Rodriguez re-signed. And shortens up with 2 strikes. Puts it in play. Always pretty when a hitter goes right up the middle.
Dribbler. And out there. Bell is the 2nd out of the inning. Sean Rodriguez watching it. David Freese single up the middle. Cervelli and Mercer come in. Jim Riggleman, the bench coach, is the acting manager, and he is going to go to the bullpen. Andrew McCutchen will not face the lefty, Cingrani. 9-6 Pirates. Look for more.
sponsored by Jack Link's Beef Jerky. All season long, Jack Link's Beef Jerky. Feed your wild side.
10th inning, Pirates up 9-6. Buck scored 8 runs in the 9th inning last night. And now they, against Tony Cingrani, have put a 3 spot on the board in the 10th inning tonight. Andrew McCutchen faces Josh Smith.
3-1 of 5, 21, 46 and 2/3 innings in 27 games, 9 homers, 258. The opponent's bat against him.
McCutchen on base 4 times tonight.
A lot of folks sticking around. Fireworks night?
It is a fireworks night. You gonna stick around for it?
We'll watch him on the walk back. Or at least listen to him.
And McCutchen pops up to left. That does it. The Pirates 8 men to the plate. All started with the walk to Jung Ho Kang. 9-6 Pirates. Head to the bottom of the 10th. For 3 more outs. Pirates feel like they owe the Reds after what they did to them last weekend. Sean Rodriguez moves from 2nd to 3rd. Pedro Florimon, who pinch ran for Jung Ho Kang, stays in the game. He's at 2nd. David Freese is still over at 1st. And Tony Watson is now pitching.
And looking for his 13th save, 65th appearance, a 3.21 ERA.
Mercer delivered the go-ahead hit. And deep to left. Steve Selski makes it a 9-7 ball game. His first.
Well, you never know if you're going to see the same pitch or the sequence or who knows what if it's a one-run ball game. But boy, that Dave Freese base hit, boy, looks huge right now.
Steve Selski, his first big league home run.
Coming in there with a fastball and got belled high, inner third. And that ball is hit a long way.
Votto at the plate. Steve Selski, no doubt first big league homer. So, Watson delivering to Votto. Watson and Votto have matched up plenty in the past. John mentioned Votto hitting over 500 the second half of the season against lefty pitchers. Selski, the home run, gets the Reds to within 2. Watson then gets Votto.
Hard to make Votto look bad, especially the way he's been swinging it. But that's exactly what Tony Watson just did. Finishing him off with the good slider, good location. That pitch is in the strike zone for almost its entire flight and then just breaks off.
It's wild as the smoke from the fireworks settles the heavy air, and now the Pirates are going to wait like a fog has come in.
Crazy.
It is crazy. They'll still think a fly ball to right at this moment would be kind of difficult.
Could be.
Maybe Watson will make that a moot point. 0-2 on Duvall. Duvall, a double, a walk, a fly out. Those 3 plate appearances against the starter Ryan Vogelsong. Struck out in the 7th. That home run by Selski ends a string of Pirate relievers retiring 13 in a row. And McCutchen will be tested with the smoke. Easily makes the catch.
I can't believe it created that much smoke. Couple of fireworks.
Two down, and Brandon Phillips to the plate. Watson trying to save it for Antonio Bastardo, who would go to 3-0 as a Pirate. It'll be Watson's 13th save if he gets it. To right field, coming on is Bell to make the catch and raise the Jolly Roger. Nice sliding grab by Josh Bell. Tony Watson gives up the home run, but the Buccos win it in extras in 10 over the Redlegs.
You gotta love it. This team, the bats coming alive, the big hits, especially late. The long ball continues. A couple more here tonight. The bullpen just shutting down the Reds for the most part, except for, as you mentioned, the Watson homer here, the meaningless homer here in the 10th. And so a little payback for the Reds.
Smiles all around. First of the 4-game series. Pirates won it 15-2 last night in Philly, and in 10. David Freese collecting that big 2-run single for insurance.